They got me. The copywriters, they got me, guys. They got me good. They took me down. They wiped the floor with me, you know? They destroyed me. They annihilated me. What the fuck do I want to listen to that isn't going to get me blocked? Let's see. Let's go to my work music playlist. Oh, Total Colgate Protection from Cavity Control. Don't mind if I do. All right. All right. Let's listen to some. Oh, God. Fuck off. YouTube. Fuck off. All right. This should be okay. We should be good. We should be good. I gotta reshare my stream. Share the stream here. All right, we're back. We're back. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, unfortunately, the Tiny Radon is more accurate, but he's gotta go. Doesn't work. Just doesn't work. All right, so we got one arm over here. think Radon's head has to be smaller. Trying to get the proportions for this whole character down. They're so weird. He's such a beefy boy. Such a beefy boy. Yeah. The copyright gods have blessed you with a strike. A Star Wars or an Indiana Jones? I do an Indiana Jones. I do an Indiana Jones in a heartbeat. I don't want to touch Star Wars. Indiana Jones can be saved. Star Wars can only be expanded. It's not too late to save Indiana Jones, but Star Wars has chosen its path. Sorry, I'm looking at Radon helmet references. I'm trying to think if I had to do a Star Wars, what I would even want to do. I don't know. Would I cast Dave in it? Maybe as an extra. I haven't even tried to watch The Acolyte yet. I didn't hate Ahsoka, but that's mostly because I just watched Rebels for the first time, and I thought Rebels was okay. Like, Ahsoka's just a sequel to Rebels. If I had never seen Rebels, I think Ahsoka would have been a fucking confusing mess. Andor was okay. I wish there was more, I don't know, stuff in it. The best episode was, I think they could have cut 3 episodes off Andor and made it a better show. It was a little long. The prison break episode and the heist episode were incredible. The heist episode especially was one of the best things I've seen in Star Wars in a very long time. The heist episode was great, where they're stealing the payroll and they have to like do like a hyperspace jump. That was really, really good. Where, oh where is Radan's helmet? There it is. There's Radan's helmet. There it is. Alright. I think I see what's going on with Radan's helmet. I think this is supposed to be like a lion nose up here. Yeah. Okay. God, this helmet's so weird. It's funny because every statue they made of Radan, the helmet's different. I can tell none of the other artists know how to interpret this model either. Because it's supposed to be a lion.
Tom Brady is trying to
Tom Brady's trying to turn down a Hertz customer on this ad, on this video that isn't monetized. Really? Is he? Is he trying to do that? Tom Brady?
Bag that folds over.
Oh, leaf bag that stays open. Dang. Who knew? Oh boy. That's awesome. This is very fucking confusing. Okay. Alright. Okay. I can kind of see what's going on. Alright. Okay. So there's big thrust here. This comes up here. Okay, so this curls down, this curls in, up. Okay. Yes, okay. It's funny if you look at the statues of this character that people have done, they all try to fix this helmet and make it look more like a lion, because his whole thing is like lion themed. But his helmet in the game is like a weird gargoyle. It's not a lion. It's like a weird beaked thing with a nose. It's very strange. He has a very small head in the game. I think the idea in the game is that... Well, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say the rot like swells his body, but he's huge before the rot. He has a very small head. The rest of his body gets jacked, but his head stays like human-sized. It's weird. Technically, the helmet I'm drawing right now is inaccurate, so I'm trying to figure out if I want to fix it. Because he doesn't have... It doesn't have nostrils, but it feels like it needs them. It doesn't have nostrils though. Let's see. I'm just gonna copy it one for one and see how it looks. It's such a weird design. Okay. I'll focus on his face later. I'm worried about this helmet. This helmet's a fucking nightmare. My only guess for how they came up with this is that somebody found a statue they liked and they warped it into this helmet. Trust me, it's not done. This has to be as finished as the other two I already did, and it's not, so. Okay. There's a scene here. Alright, it's starting to look correct. Okay. Hey, puppy. What's going on, puppy? What's this guy's story? He's the son of the God Emperor Lady of the World, and he's at war with all of his other siblings to figure out who's going to become the next God Emperor Warrior of the World. And there's a prophecy about his sister and the stars. So to upset the natural order and prevent his sister from ascending, he masters gravitational magic and he stops the stars from moving. And when the stars stop moving, the natural order of the world gets all fucked up and broken because the heavens are frozen. Then there's a big war with him and his other sister, and she's the girl at the bottom, and she has magical rot powers that can rot the world, basically an atom bomb allegory. and she stabs him and explodes her rot power, but he can't die because the stars are stopped and death doesn't work anymore because nature's broken. So he just rots forever without dying until he loses his mind and just becomes a murder-killing machine because his memories are gone, he's on autopilot, and he's just fighting while his body bloats and rots away without being able to die. It's weird how this protrudes. It like comes to a point here and then it curls back in. Figure out the eyes. this feels like. There's a character in Dark Souls 3 who has knight armor, but he just has a gargoyle head as a helmet. It feels like they might have used the exact same gargoyle. I wonder if that's what it is. I see what they're trying to do. It's making sense now. I feel like everybody thought I was done streaming for the day when my other stream died. Fucking copyright strike. Hey Clark, what happens when you get a copyright strike? They just take down your video. If you get a content, like if I stole someone's content and, you know, monetized it, which none of my streams are monetized, if I was to like re-upload somebody's video and monetize it and I got a copyright strike, you only get 3 of those and then your YouTube channel is deleted. If you don't win your appeal and you get caught doing that 3 times, you're just fucked. but I've never had one of those because I don't monetize anything, and I don't, you know, typically watch other people's stuff. But if you're listening to a song that's copywritten, that's monetized on YouTube, they have a bot that checks, and you get what's called a content ID strike. Doesn't do anything. It just mutes it on replays or takes down the broadcast. I've listened to that a lot without getting struck. I don't know what that was. Maybe I was listening to remixes of them last time? I'm not sure. Oddly enough, the disco remixes are what typically get me struck. The first thing I was listening to. I think that's got me taken down more than anything. Occasionally, yeah, it's weird. The bot's not super reliable. Sometimes it works really well, and sometimes it just kind of doesn't detect it. I don't know why. I've listened to the same video multiple days in a row, and randomly on like the third day it'll get taken down. And then I'll listen to it again on like day 5, and it won't get taken down. It's very weird. It's whatever algorithm they're using to detect it isn't super reliable. I don't know how to say, is it Nujabes or Nuyabes or Nuyab? I don't know, but I've listened to them a lot on stream, and I get a warning, but it doesn't usually take the stream down. So I don't know what's up with their thing. Sometimes it just decides to do that, and I don't really know why. True, I can go back to video game retrospectives, and I probably should. No, this retro wave, synthwave, vaporwave, chill wave, dark wave, 80s wave, city wave stuff is usually pretty safe. And it's pretty good work music, so I don't mind it. Hey Clark, thank you. Thank you, Clark. cool if I can get most of this helmet done today. I think I can. I got another 4.5 hours of stream. I think I can do it. With the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit app, limited purchases that you want. Guys, limited credit cashback purchases that you want. Purchases that you want, guys. Okay? All right? Purchases that you want. Not that I want, that you want. It's an ad for you. Guys. Oh. I agree. Insurance is for the weak. It's almost time for piss break number 2. I can feel it. I'm harnessing the I need to pee power. Is today the day my niece will be born? We'll see. We will see. We will see. Just got the text. Hey, do you mind if I use the beach? Nope. Do it up. I've got my headphones on upstairs working, so if you come in, I won't hear you. I'm using headphones because when I take the headphones off, people complain that the reverb of the music is so bad that you can't hear me talk. Unless you're asking why I'm not using earbuds. In which case, because I think they're uncomfortable as fuck. Earbuds always feel like there's something stuck in my ear that I want to pull out, whereas headphones feel like somebody is giving me a hug around my head. The only problem with headphones is after like 3 hours my head starts to overheat, and I get like hot head. But, you know, we deal with things as they pop up. Not disappointed. I do have to pee though. It's official. It's time for me to get up. The time has come, folks. Oh, it's this song. that everybody loves. The one that goes do 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 do. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Oh, Lord. Okay. It's a good track, very soothing. Oh, it's the Willy Wonka remix song. I watched Wonka with Timothy Chalamet. I thought it was pretty charming. Did not hate it, surprisingly. Felt much more like a Roald Dahl book. Obviously, the original is timeless. But it felt very James and the Giant Peach. Yeah, it was charming. For some reason, I didn't know it was a musical. That was a pleasant surprise. I was like, oh, this feels cozy. Oh, I never saw Paddington. I heard Paddington and Paddington 2 were like some of the greatest movies ever made. Never seen those. I should probably watch them. Dave said they were like great. He loves those Paddington movies. Are those musicals too? I think I saw the guy from like Downton Abbey like dancing with Paddington in one of the trailers. Felt like it might have some songs, but I wasn't sure. Are you gooning or are you edging? So you do know the difference. Here you go, Shays. There's your playlist. All these good playlists have like weird dystopian Simpsons cartoon characters. I don't know why, but all the really good ones have like robot Simpsons characters. It must just be this one artist compiling them. So if you see one that has a Simpsons character with robot arms, it's a good playlist. Yeah, I'll have to watch the Paddington movies. I'll give them a go. Alright, so one thing that's throwing this off for sure is the foreshortening on this helmet is off because of the shape of it. It's a very weird shape. So after this swoop over here, it kind of disappears. It curls around behind itself. Oh, I have to be careful too, because the reference I'm using is at a slightly different angle. Give me 1 second here. The foreshortening's not as off as I thought it was. It is off a bit though. Yeah, Simpsons wave. There you go. Springfield wave. Okay. What are the tips for rendering metal? It's all about edges. Like how do I describe this? It's all about like if there's an area of metal, I'll zoom way in. If there's an area of metal that like looks like this, and there's a highlight in it, you can like draw the highlight and like, okay, there's your highlights. You know, it's catching it, and then there's like a refracted area down here. Like that looks pretty good, but if you take a darker value and you kind of smash it right up against the lighter value and kind of render out that little pocket where the light hits, because typically on metal, when you catch a highlight in a pit, if you're looking at the metal from the side, it does something like this, where like the metal's raised slightly and the light's hitting it on one side, so you get this really bright highlight where the light's hitting it. But that means on the back side, there's going to be a cast shadow. So if you can imply that cast shadow a little bit anytime you use a highlight by doing that darker value right next to it, it makes it pop in a way that metal pops. Like you'll notice that every time I do a highlight, there's a little bit of a cast shadow behind it, especially when I'm like in here doing these textures. Even the little bits of areas that catch light, there's always a cast shadow on the back side of it, slightly darker, just to make that lighter value jump a little bit more. That's my only trick, but yeah. That's really it. But yeah, metal's like my favorite thing to render. It's such a fun texture to do manually. You can do so many fun scratches and pits and things in it. Trying to think. This one's a good example. If I zoom in on this first one, there's a lot of that going on with the metal on this horse, like down here, all these manual textures in the pitted metal. But yeah, I did a ton of that on this guy for this metal horse. There's a bunch back here too. Just scumming up the metal with manual little areas where it catches the light. I love painting textures like that. So I talk to this client and I go, like, if I see something missing, can I fill it and move on? And he goes, no, you give it to me so I can give it to the other artist to fix it. Oh, jeez. That's gross. It's a fucking gross client. That's just rude. It's just rude. Why, thank you, Sharky. I gotta make this guy look angrier. He's like medium angry right now. What's everybody working on? How's your Thursday going? Anybody got any projects? I know Shays does. Yeah, I gotta make his mouth really unhinged, and I gotta make the nose more wrinkly, and I gotta squint the eyes a bit more, and I'm gonna get in there and make him look real angry. I want to finish this helmet first, though. I think we can get this helmet done today, which will be awesome. That'll feel good. I feel pretty good today. You should do it. If you have a good idea for a short comic, you should always do it. Because comics are relatable, they share well, it gets the idea out of your head, and it's an easy way to accomplish something and go, hey, I did something. Comics are like a weird message in a bottle you can send out to the world as an artist from the desert island of your brain. You'd be surprised how many people can relate to ideas that feel like they're only in your head when you put them in comic form. Doing some mecha drawing, nice. Doing some illustrations for a client, nothing big, just some D&D-ish fantasy characters. What kind of D&D stuff? If you can say. It's always fun when you get something classic. This helmet is so fucking weird. Oh my god. Did you see the Apple AI shit? They say it's gonna be Boomer Outrunner. I did not see it. I saw the Onion article about AI though, and it was hilarious. That Onion article was really, really good. It's funny when the Onion decides to be like super good. Like sometimes it's just okay, and sometimes it's like incredible. That AI article was incredible. The funniest thing I've seen from them since Mr. Fallman about autumn in New England. Oh my god, I think I cracked the code, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yes, Chris K. What up? You're the Dawn? I don't know what that means. You gotta explain that shit to me. How do I feel about the recent AI stuff and art? I mean, I think it's shitty how many companies are letting AI companies scrape, but it's too early to know what's going to happen with AI, so I try not to think about it. Oh, shut up. These fucking commercials. Oh, God, these fucking YouTube... I'm going to have to pay for YouTube Premium. I'm fucking sick of hearing these. What's YouTube Premium, like 14 a month? I'm gonna have to do it. Seems like everyone's covertly heading towards AI. Everyone is in companies. Well, most companies are capitalist. They're operating under lowest cost for highest profit. So unless there's a market force, like an audience pushing against them or a boycott, I'm not surprised that suits at like companies like Hasbro are gonna push for AI. That being said, the results that they're getting from AI have led to a lot of bad things happening. Like lawsuit liability, people's work accidentally getting sucked up into the algorithm and published by breach of copyright, like the Pepsi thing was the biggest one recently. And AI hasn't gone through the courts yet, at least in America. I can't speak for how it's gonna affect the rest of the world, but once it goes through the courts on appeal, I'm pretty positive it's gonna get heavily restricted, if not banned, for copyright violation. It's gonna be essentially what happened to the music industry when they introduced like sampling. That's like the meme example everybody brings up, but it's because it's accurate. If something you're using for commercial purposes in the United States relies on copywritten material to function, and the person who owns the copyright isn't being paid a royalty, that's a breach of intellectual property law. So once it goes in front of a court, it'll probably end up going all the way to the Supreme Court. But once that happens, I'm fairly positive it's going to be heavily restricted. So I'm not super worried about it. But even in some like dystopian worst case scenario where it's not restricted at all, it doesn't really bother me, because it's going to make, you know, the way markets work is the thing that's most easily replaced is the thing that gets replaced first. So like if you're doing very, very replaceable artwork, if you're like doing extremely, you know, safe stuff that tons of other people are doing, like if you're the guy at like Ubisoft or something and you're the one rendering the barrels or the background assets, that's going to be the stuff that goes away the fastest. So even in a worst case scenario, which I don't think is going to happen, but even if it did, I think it's just going to lead to artists making more original stuff. It might lead to less salary stuff, but what I've heard from industry insider people that are friends of mine that are working with AI prompters right now, what ends up happening is they bring in a bunch of prompters and they say, you know, we want to do concept art for this new game. Give me 30 examples of like a alien world with a mountainous terrain. The prompters will come back with 30 pieces and they'll go through the creative process where they put them all up on the wall. And the art director says, okay, of these 30, I like these 3. Give me, you know, 10 new iterations of these 3. And that's where it starts to fall apart, because AI can generate, but it can't iterate. So if you make 30 prompts with AI and I pick 3 and I say make 30 more like this, that's where it falls apart, because they can't tell the computer how to do that. They can only keep generating more stuff based on prompts. They can't refine anything. So it's, what ends up happening is they're, right now at least, the people I know working at companies like Hasbro and a couple of video game companies I won't mention, I don't want to break anybody's NDA, is they're paying double. So they're firing their AI people because they brought in a bunch of prompters thinking it would save money. Then the prompters couldn't iterate on what they generated, so then they had to bring in 2D artists to paint over the AI generated images to make them, you know, the refined thing the art director was looking for. So they ended up spending more money. Again, that's anecdotal and it's only from people I've spoken to personally, but at least right now it's good for like generating a bunch of ideas and throwing them at the wall and seeing which ones stick. But it's not good for refining those ideas down into finished pieces of artwork. At least for the time being, they're bringing in 2D artists to do that second step. So, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it right now. I didn't get on Kara yet. I'd like to. I've mostly just been focusing on work though. I haven't had time to do that. But I do think when it goes to court, it's going to essentially be made illegal. There's precedent, lots of precedent in the United States for that happening. Can't speak to other countries, but
right, now let's head down.
Oh, all right. Now let's head down to the lot with Tom Brady. I'm gonna pay for YouTube Premium. I can't fucking handle this shit. I can't handle it. I refuse to handle it. Being YouTube Premium is a tax deduction. I could write it off. It'll definitely grow to more people as long as the UI is good and people enjoy using the app. The only other good thing to remember is that hating AI is very trendy. It's very popular to hate AI. It's very in line with where the youthful energy is at. And if there's one thing we've learned in the recent years, it's that the companies that are hiring artists like Disney and Hasbro will absolutely cave to pressure from a mob. So just remember that. Shays without fail every time. I want to live that life where everything's a Metal Gear Solid monologue. I'm jealous of it. I haven't seen what Wizards has been doing other than using it in advertisements. Are they actually using it for card art, or are they using it for ad campaigns? I've seen them use it for ad campaigns. The ad campaigns was the technicality they squeaked by on when Dave called them out. They were like, we said we'd never use it to replace our card artists. We're just using it for ad campaigns. Not for cards. I know they had to issue a public apology where that one, was it D&D artist, used AI and said that they didn't. And then they found out that they did. I know they put out a huge apology about that because they were like, it's not AI. And everybody was like, yeah, it is. And they were like, the artist said it isn't, so it's not. And then it turned out it was. And they were like, oh shit. All hands on deck. One moment. I got an audio message from a family member. That might mean my niece is being born. Nope, not being born. They wanted to let me know that the neighbors who live next to me on the lake are here. And, having a time, apparently. Oh, man. One thing it comes down is calling everything AI that they did. Is calling everything AI they did that to Tyler? I'm misunderstanding. Are you saying that they're accusing Tyler of using AI? Or are you saying that they're using Tyler's work to train an AI? Tyler's work, I guess, looks kind of like AI did it. It's very smooth and painterly. If you didn't know Tyler's work and you saw it in a vacuum, I guess I could see that. If that's what you're saying.
Watch NHL games.
Watch NHL games. So many ads, bro. So many ads. Hey, Riley. Thank you. People claiming everything was done by AI when it's not. They were saying that the piece that Tyler Jacobs are doing to Chris Drummer. Yeah, I can see that. That sucks. It sucks for Tyler. Tyler's work looks particularly digital. That's not an insult. It's just, it's very smooth and painterly in a digital way. So I can see people who aren't familiar with him potentially thinking that. Now, are these people suggesting that Tyler started to use AI? Or are they saying that Tyler didn't even paint them? Because that's two different flavors of backlash. Are they saying that Tyler's using AI to do his work now? Or that he didn't even paint them? Yeah, I saw a lot of traditional artists getting labeled as AI on Instagram. The algorithm they're using for it fucking sucks. Yeah. I didn't click that link, but it's Tyler Jacobson. He's a Wizards of the Coast artist for the past 10 years. He's done most of their big stuff, monster manuals and dungeon master guides and things.
Okay, Tom, this is the Hertz.
Okay,
Let's go
Tom,
lightning
this
round.
is the
You ready?
Hertz. Let's
You
go
got your
lightning
list
I'm ready,
round.
Yvonne.
This is
Let's go.
insane. I feel like it's
Round one,
making
what is
more
it?
ads happen more often. It's fucking nuts, dude. I feel like the frequency is going up. Oh man, big yawn. Yeah, but Sharky, you got to remember that we're artists. We can spot stuff that's made with AI much easier than people that are just fans of D&D or, you know, Magic the Gathering. If you're like a normie and you see Tyler's work, I can see why people would think Tyler's work is made with AI versus somebody like, you know, Carla. I think people are going to assume Ruangia is AI. I think people are probably going to assume Brad Rigney is AI. Anything that's smooth and digital, I think people are just gonna, if you're a layman, I think they're gonna automatically assume, oh, that's AI. Because it's smooth and it's obviously digital. Three and a half hours left of stream, folks. I've only seen a couple examples of AI that I didn't immediately know were AI. I had to really look. I've seen a couple though. It is getting better at painterly stuff. At traditional looking stuff. What's this say? Oh, my sister-in-law's water broke. Her water broke. Might have a niece tonight. Here you go, Shay, as I'm doing some some metal magic. The only real trick is figuring out how bright the highlight needs to be. Like here, you don't want it to be as bright as the specular up in the corner. A Necromancer. It's pretty good. You could make that a comic too. His friends all partied so hard they died, so then he brought him back to life to keep partying. Necromancer. You think a little bit of death is going to stop him from slamming brews and crushing puss? Necromancer. No liver, no problem. Very good. Excellent. See, that idea would be more popular than any actual necromancer painting you could do. That's the thing you gotta realize. Comedy travels much faster. Comedy travels faster than cool. You could paint the coolest necromancer ever, and it won't get anywhere near the views of something funny about a necromancer. Alright, quick bathroom break. Be right back, guys. Apologies in advance if an ad plays. An ad's probably gonna play. Good progress. I want to do the bottom jaw after this. Be right back.
Now with Verizon, stream what you love for less. For a limited time, get your first year of Peacock Premium for just $19.99. That's a savings of over 60%. Start saving today on all the subscriptions you love at Verizon.com/plusplay.
Wrong turn? Hey Google, play dramatic music.
Drive the new 2024 Nissan Rogue.
Dude, so wholesome. My neighbors from out of state are at their little house on the lake next to mine. And the kid was yelling up at me. I was like, what's going on? Kid's like 10. And he was like, I really want to use a kayak, but my mom says they're yours. And I was like, well, I live here alone. And he was like, but you have 2 kayaks. And I was like, I know. And he was like, well, do you need both of them? I was like, nah, dude, you can take one. And his mom was like freaking out, like, oh my God, are you sure? Oh, we don't want to be a bother. It's like, dude, I don't care. You guys are my neighbors. Like, what are you gonna do? Lose a kayak? If your son takes a kayak out and you lose the kayak, I'd be more concerned about the fact that we lost your son. Like, that's... It's like, it's not a disposable item. Like, he's gonna come back in it. Like, it's so stupid. Oh man, we're getting somewhere finally. Finally, this fucking painting. This fucking dude is starting to look the way he should. I feel bad. My poor dog wants to go run on the beach and play with the kids so bad. Oh, it's another commercial. Tom Brady, I bet. I'm gonna mute it before it even starts. Get your hands on a box of Captain Crunch Peanut Butter Crunch. What an ad. What an ad you guys are missing because I muted it. Dude, I can see my future. I burned 2,400 calories today swimming and lifting. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna put on a nice show. Let's figure out what's going on with this back corner here. I need a fucking haircut again. It's been a month, I already need a fucking haircut. What's up, Miguel? Good to see you. What's going on, buddy? Gonna go back to that weird barber who whispered in my ear, if anybody remembers that story. She did a really good job. I've been tasked with editing cameras in our game. This is basically the assignment they gave me so they wouldn't lay me off. I mean, it's better than getting laid off, I guess, but that sucks. I've never done that. It sounds monotonous, though. At least they value you enough to keep me around. I mean, that's gotta count for something, yeah?
Round one.
Oh,
Gold plus rewards.
You get to skip the line and go right.
Hertz Gold Plus Rewards member. I think I'm done with this fucking playlist. There's a lot of fucking ads, guys. Guys, a lot of ads. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this one. I have a funny feeling tomorrow I will be a YouTube Premium member. I'll try that Brave browser first, though. I should just download these. I wonder if I can just download rip the audio off the video. Granted, is super relieved to London. There's a high likelihood she will try and warn me against leaving and make me feel bad. That's wholesome. But, you know. You're gonna be glad that you gave her a hug and said goodbye, even if she tries to guilt trip you. So you're doing the right thing. Just ask her if she's ever wanted a gift from jolly old London. Just focus on that. Focus on what can I send you from London? Do you want some tea, Grandma? Do you want some miniature mince pies? What do you want? Do you want a tabletop Big Ben alarm clock? What do you want? Saturday, we're seeing friends at a bar, but the only place that seems open and has space during the day is a Draft House pub, so we'll get our Texas version of a pub before heading to the UK. The UK pubs are much better. I will say that. Do love me some pub food. I do love... Well, I guess it's pretty normal to have cider on tap in the US now. A few years ago, it wasn't so normalized. I remember the first time I went to London, that was the biggest thing that surprised me. I was like, wait a minute, I can drink Magners and Strongbow cider on tap anywhere I want. I don't have to just get beer. That was what blew me away. I was like, I never want to leave this place. I'm just drinking alcoholic apple juice all day, every day. Me and Dave got so shit-faced on Strongbow every fucking day of the week. It was just like, yeah, it was a lot. We were blown away. We were like, we can just get cider anywhere for like not much money at all. It was like fucking £2 for a huge fucking pint, I think. My favorite cider is called J.K. Scrumpy's. It's from an orchard in Wisconsin. It's hard to get, but it's really good. I don't know if I've had any Irish cider. Maybe. I don't know. In America, it's usually down east and what else? Angry Orchard is pretty popular, but yeah. Colt 45, I do love a Colt 45 from time to time. I love cooking a boiled corned beef dinner with a Colt 45. Nothing like it. And 2 zigzags. Baby, that's all we need. We'll go down to the park after dark, and we'll smoke that tumbleweed. Reminds me, I gotta go get more edibles. I'm out of edibles, guys. It's the summer. I need edibles so I can go to the beach at night and take edibles and sit in the water and feel my whole body. Let's do a full zoom out here. Jesus Christ. Okay. We're in line with the detail of the other ones, so we're good. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was a fun night, Miguel. I think that was the night me and Dave dressed up in like the fucking... Didn't we go to a thrift store with Trevor and buy like bad sweaters and like winter hats and get fucked up on 45s? I think, man, that was a long time ago. That feels like the same night. I think we were all partying in the lobby of that, like, was it a lobby of like a hotel? I just remember the outfits. All the Massive Black workshops kind of blur together in my mind. I want to say that was the one... I want to say that was the one in San Francisco, but it might have been the one in Dallas. I think it was Dallas. San Francisco's where I made friends with KK. What other workshops are still happening besides THU? Is THU even still happening? I feel like it is, right? This summer, try gluten-free pasta salad, or you're gonna regret blah 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 from Stop and Shop. Feed the moment. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it, guys. Worked like 6 hours today. Yeah, I'm right at the 6-hour mark myself. I think I've been on stream for 5. It's a maybe. Freelance makes as much money as your skill level is. If you're really good, you can make hundreds of thousands a year freelancing. If you're decent, you can make tens of thousands a year freelancing. And if you're just okay, you can make, you know, thousands of years freelancing. There's, you know, it scales up. It depends what you're working on. There's freelance available everywhere from, we need, you know, fill artists on a comic, all the way to, we need concept artists for a AAA video game and we're gonna hire you, you know, as a remote worker. Like, there's so many different tiers of freelance. It really just depends on your, it's not just your skill level, obviously that's important. It's also, you know, how easy you are to work with and how fast you are and shit like that. But in general, the better you are in general, the more freelance is available to you. But there's plenty out there if you're willing to do the work to get it. It's just, it's a competitive field. It always has been. But yeah, I know plenty of people making a living off of freelance still. It's not easy, but it's a, you know, it's a passion-based industry. You have to really, really want it. Quality really only, I mean, quality's good. I'm not gonna say it's not, but quality really starts to matter if you wanna upgrade your clientele. Like, there's tons of work if you're just kind of okay. Tons of work. But if you wanna do like a couple jobs a year and make a living, that's when being really good technically comes in. 'Cause like, you could make as much money doing 2 or 3 movie posters a year if your realism is super good and you're doing like likenesses of actors. You could make 50 grand a year doing a couple movie posters, or you could make 50 grand a year doing 50, you know, magic cards for $1,000 a pop. Like, you know, it's like the work is exponentially higher the lower you go on that tree. So like, technical skill, there's plenty of work even if you're not the most technically skilled artist out there. Like, I'm not super technically skilled. I'm okay at rendering, but I'm not like a master realist or anything. But if you are, if you can get that, if you can, you know, work that muscle to a point that you're good at that shit, you can do less work for more money. And that's really where that starts to factor in. It's just the quality of the jobs and what they pay scale up. Are there mid-tier jobs still around? Yeah, there's tons. Mid-tier jobs right now are typically outsourced studio jobs. It's stuff like, hey, we're making a AA or a AAA video game and we need, like, you know, freelance concept artists or marketing artists or, you know, CG artists. Like, studios will hire out to freelancers to do a lot of that mid-level work. That's a ton of it. A ton of it's in comics, a ton of it's in TV, and they all scaled their companies way, 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 way up. And then slowly over the last couple of years, they never ramped down. They kind of kept going like those would be the numbers forever, which is what a lot of corporations do. And as a result, there was a big crash. And a lot of the AAA video game companies, especially in LA, had to scale way down. Hasbro had to scale way down too, because they scaled up during COVID. And they've had some bombs recently, like the D&D movie and a couple other things underperformed. So right now, currently, there's a big market saturation of concept artists looking for work. So until that normalizes, things are a little artificially scarce, but it should normalize in the next couple years. Fastest way I could get a studio job right now, if I wanted a studio job, would be to reach out to the network of friends and people I've met in the industry and go, hey, do you know anybody who's hiring? And then one or two of them would probably come back and go, yeah, there's a spot over here. Or, oh, my buddy over at this company needs people on this. And like, it's much easier. Like, yes, you can cold call company by company by company and see and apply. It's much easier if you build out a network of like-minded people that do similar work that you're friendly with, that can all kind of help each other. Like, I've gotten people studio jobs at places I used to work. People have gotten me freelance gigs through studios at places they used to work. Like, it's kind of like one big happy family. And if you know, the fastest way to do it, there's other ways to do it, but the fastest way to do it is to make a lot of friends and have a good network of people you can reach out to that are already in the industry. We had it happen on stream not that long ago. Miguel in chat needed an artist for a project, and we farmed it out live. But, yeah. You just want to network. It's a hugely important thing. And part of networking is doing favors for other people too. You can't just be selfish about it. You have to help people find work. If you get offered something and you can't take it, you should give it to someone you know who needs it. You know, it's like take a penny, leave a penny. You have to kind of pay it forward in a lot of ways. Like, I've helped a ton of people. I've given a lot of free portfolio reviews. I've stayed on the phone up late with people, helping them out. I've, you know, come in and finished jobs when other people didn't have the time to do it. And as a result, if I ever need help with something, those people are more likely to help me, you know? It's very symbiotic. If you're a team player, people remember that. And always remember that if a studio has a chance to hire 2 artists, let's say one of them is maybe a 6 out of 10 in their skill level, and the other one is a 9 out of 10 in the skill level. If someone on the team has previous work experience with the 6 out of 10 and they know that they're a good team player and everybody can get along with them, they're going to hire that person every time. So, technical skill is very important. You should focus on it. You should improve it. But remember that a lot of these jobs are team-based jobs, and people want someone they can trust who's able to work on a team. Yeah, no problem. But if you're a one-man team, what then? Then the only person who can help you is yourself, like by definition. If you're isolated, you're isolated. I wouldn't recommend it if you're a freelancer. Makes it a lot harder than it needs to be. Another thing I recommend if you're a freelancer, this is how I make the majority of my money. Passive side income. For me, it's the Steve Lichman books. Have something in a shop that can sell forever, that you just collect money on. Whether you're making t-shirts and collecting a royalty, or you make a comic and you put a book out, or you do flash tattoos, or you do stickers, or prints, whatever thing you can think of to make that people want, where every month you can look at your bank account and go, oh, I made a couple $100 without really trying. You know, anything you can do to have that helps a shitload as a freelancer. It could be tutorials, it could be a Patreon, just whatever you can do to have some kind of side income that's just organically accumulating. Helps a ton. Because by definition, even for the most successful people I know that are freelancers, there's going to be dry spells, and there's going to be parts where life steps in and throws you a curveball. You know, you might get injured, or, you know, the company you're working for might go under, or, you know, any number of things could happen. And it's good to have a little bit of a safety net with some kind of passive income. But there are less trading card jobs nowadays? I don't know. I mean, there's less trading card publishers nowadays, I think, right? Like, there used to be 5 or 6 I could think of off the top of my head. Now there's probably 2 or 3 big ones. I'm not a big trading card guy, though, so I'm not sure. I think White Wolf went under, right? Which they kind of deserve to. If they're still in business, then I don't mean to talk shit, but I mean, they're notoriously bad employers. Trying to think of who else besides Magic. In general, my advice to anyone freelancing would be to figure out a way to make your own thing that you own, that you can control, that makes some kind of money. Because whether it's trading card games, or it's video games, or it's Kickstarters, or anything really, the common denominator in all that shit is that you don't own it, and they can hire somebody else or go out of business at the drop of a hat. And if you're solely reliant on an external force for your income, you can get in a really bad spot really quick. Also, you're a creative person by default. You should create something. You'll have fun doing it. It'll be fulfilling. can monetize it. Oh boy.
Come on, boys. Let's do this now.
Oh, cough drop time. Ah. All right, this little wing thing in the background. So there's a swoop, goes up, and then there's a ridge, comes up. Okay, and this is what confuses me. These circles. The fuck are these? I don't know what they are, but they're there, so I'm gonna paint them. I don't know what the purpose of them is. I have no fucking clue. But they're there, so they're there. And then there's like a weird little... Yeah, okay. It's so funny. I didn't even know my neighbor was walking my dog. Just sent me a picture. It's a fair trade though. I let them use the beach and they walk the dog. I don't know what these little circles in the back are supposed to be. They're just there.
Califia organic almond milk.
Organic almond milk? You don't say, commercial. I better get some Califia organic almond milk. I guess these are just decorative. They're not really on theme with anything. What I'm trying to figure out is if they're like part of the gargoyle lion motif, but I don't think they are. No, they're definitely not. They're just fucking circles. Weird. Proud of you, Shays. You can do it. I believe in you. You got this. Listen to my words, Shays. You can do it. I believe in you. You're a strong, capable individual. You will surpass this challenge, and you'll look back on it tomorrow and say, damn, I'm proud of myself for doing that. I don't know if we're going to 6 or 7 p.m. today, guys. I don't know. I haven't decided. So back when Cryptids was still around, was the Golden Age of right now? Golden Age of trading card games was probably I'm gonna say 2013. That was probably when it was at its biggest, before it started to crash and consolidate. That's my guess. It's my guess. Morning, Almathea. In 2013, you had Magic the Gathering, you had Cryptids, you had the White Wolf games, you had the Game of... There was something else I'm forgetting. Cryptids, obviously, and the sci-fi Cryptids knockoff thing. I think Pathfinder did decks of cards for a while. Yes, they did, because I did some. Fuck. What were the Pathfinder cards for? Were they like an add-on to the story modules, or were they like a standalone Magic the Gathering thing? I actually can't remember. I did art for some of them, but I never actually opened the packs. They sent me one, and I think I have it still somewhere. How much did Pathfinder pay for? I can't remember for the trading cards. Pathfinder, when I worked there, paid $75 for items, $75 for 3/4 portraits, 150 for pawns, 300 for quarter page illustrations, 500 for half page illustrations, 1500 for covers. So my favorite thing to do would be to jump on a module and say, give me all the items and all the portraits. And then, like, items were the best. You'd make the most money doing items because it would be like, you know, a sword, a cloak, a pair of boots. And like that would pay the same as doing portraits for like 1/10 of the work. So yeah, I just did a ton of item illustrations. And then you'd get your check and it would be like $1,000. But it would be like, you know, 12 items. But yeah. I believe that's what they paid circa 2014? I can't remember. Load. That was the best freelance gig I ever had. Unless you count like studio freelance. I'm talking like freelance gigs though, not like working on the Transformers movies. Yeah, those Kickstarters, I made hundreds of thousands over the course of a couple of years. Also a shitload of work. A single Kickstarter campaign for those miniature companies, if you did all the work for it, could be like 30 grand. And they would do like multiple Kickstarters a year sometimes. So it was pretty good work. Not sure, especially with the way international shipping is now, I'm not sure how viable that industry is at the moment though. I think it kind of fell off. Because it's so hard to ship shit, which is a shame. Characters are 200. Items are 175? If items are 175, I'm gonna start working for Pathfinder again. Jesus Christ. I'll do 20 items for that rate. I used to love doing item sheets for Pathfinder. It was like, I don't know, it was like meditation. I could just like turn my brain off and be like, a cloak made of sand. Okay. And just like, it was so fun. With character art, you have to be like, does this match the prompt? And does the character look cool? And, item art, you're just like, it's an hourglass with sand in it, but the sand goes upwards instead of downwards. Got it. It's a stone that looks like it's screaming, and it's called Screaming Stone. Got it. $75. That's wow. Pathfinder's a good company. Especially now that they upgraded to, what is it, Net 30? Or Net 90? That was the only problem with Pathfinder back in the day, was the pay on publication. I didn't mind it because I had other income coming in from different things. But that was definitely tough for some people. But I heard that they changed to Net 30, I think, which is great. Net 30 is much better than pay on publication. Much better. I don't know what D&D's rates are for the same work though. D&D was always slightly higher prices for the same work. I think back in the day characters were like 300 or 350 instead of 175. Covers were up to 3,000. I remember that. I don't know what items were. I don't remember. I don't know, I might need some dance music. This might be a little too chill. The vibes are pretty good, but might be a little too sleepy. If you don't mind, what are you getting for this illustration? Are you just getting paid on individual sales? No, I'm getting a couple thousand for the piece itself. I'm getting and then I'm getting whatever I make in prints on the back end. But yeah. Each one of these was like a few. I have to go look at my contract. I think they upped it slightly for the last one. Is it something I pitched or a commission? Everything I do with Meat Bun, if it's not handed down from, like, when we do stuff for Square Enix, they hand it down and we kind of just follow orders. But everything I do with Meat Bun that isn't asked for by a client specifically, like stuff like this, is collaborative. So what usually happens is my art director will come and say, like, hey, Elden Ring, you know, we want to do a thing for Elden Ring, what are you thinking? And then we'll just have like a conversation for a few days, talk about stuff we liked in the game, things like that. With this one specifically, that conversation sort of turned into, there's so much in the game, I don't know if we can just do one piece. And originally we floated the idea of like doing a collage of like all the bosses and everything. We're like, it feels too expected. It feels like the movie poster version of an Elden Ring fan art piece that everyone else is gonna do. So then we went to like, let's do something maybe thematic. And then specifically, his idea was, for the first piece, I want to do something quiet. I want to capture the feeling, the first moments of the game when you step out of the cave into the open world and you see the tree and you hear the nature. He was like, I want to capture the feeling of stepping into that world where it's kind of beautiful and kind of dangerous. So I was like, okay, if we're going with themes from the game, I think the theme for this piece should be grace. And that was my idea. So his idea was, let's do a quiet thing that captures the feeling of the world. It's kind of like a tennis match. I hit the ball back and I'm like, okay, in the game, thematically, it feels like grace matches what you're saying. And he was like, okay, let's go with grace. So then we did some sketches and I was like, hey, the whole game's about, cycles of grace and tarnished and death and rebirth, and things are repeating, and the tree and the alchemy are kind of roots. So let's go with like a figure 8 design. And he was like, okay, yeah, sketch that out. So then pretty quickly after that, we landed on this piece. So it's a big figure 8. And I was like, let's do something that feels like you could find it like in the world. Let's like, Elden Ring is so much about world building. Let's like kind of celebrate that and like do something that feels like a carving in stone that you could find in that world. So that became this with the frame. And then, it's that feeling of like stepping out into the world, and it's kind of quiet. There's a lot of nature. The first thing you see in the game is that knight. So that knight was there. And then pretty early on, we were like, I think we want to do a few of these because there's so much stuff. So what other themes can we do? And then that's how we came up with, we want to do one for grace. We want to do one for the celestial stuff. So we did this. And then the third one was, we want to do something for decay. Those were like the big 3. So this is the decay one. But yeah, that's typically how we work on everything. It's very conversational. Did Pathfinder have a regular workload, or did you have periods when they didn't have any jobs for you? They give me a couple modules a year, typically. If I asked for more and they had more, they would put me on more. I remember I did reach out and ask for more sometimes, and they were pretty good about that. But yeah, they put me on like every couple months. They had like a module for me when I was working there regularly. It was pretty good work. Not asking for specifics, but I'm curious about the residuals passive income from Steve Lichman, since you said the sales of those books make up the majority of your monthly income. Well, the Steve stuff, you got to remember, We had, I don't know, we had book sales, then we have merch sales, then we have royalties from the TV deal. And it's hard to say what those are at any given time because all those things are subject to change. Like I made a lot more on it last year than I did this year because the TV stuff switched hands. But yeah, depending on, I don't know what it is right now. I'd have to go look at what the sales are. Right now it's going to be primarily book sales because the TV stuff is in a flux. But last year the primary amount of money I made from Steve was Hollywood stuff. It was, you know, people that were paying to have the rights to it, to adapt it. So yeah, it changes year to year. It's not a flat thing. It's different month to month and year to year. Right now it's probably, I don't know, it's not super high right now because we're focusing on doing the third book. We're not like putting out issues or promoting it. I'm gonna guess it's probably like maybe 1,000 a month, maybe a little more. It's not super high right now, but there's also no royalty stuff happening right now. When the royalty stuff was happening, we would get a check for like good money, like a couple times a year, like every 6 months we'd get a big chunk, and then we'd have book sales on top of that, so it was like enough to basically be a salary. But yeah, sorry, that's a complicated answer. It's just there's a lot of different aspects to how the Steve stuff generated income. Yeah, I had to negotiate streaming this. If I was doing this for a client like Square Enix or something, I wouldn't be able to stream it. But because this is just Meat Bun and me, I was like, I'll get it done faster and more people will buy it if you let me stream it. So he was cool with that, which is awesome because, you know, it looks like I'm going to finish this up within roughly 2 months. For a painting this size is pretty good for me. On top of the other work I'm doing on the back burner, so that's good. Something like this, I want to say that first one, we worked on that first one off and on for a long time, and I was doing other work on top of that and writing the TV show at the time. So that took like 8 months, I think, to finish. They didn't really give me a deadline. They were just like, we know you're busy, just try and get it done for the end of the year for Black Friday. But yeah, that took forever because I was working on so much other shit. But yeah. One of my friends got engaged, but I'm not supposed to know they're engaged because they didn't tell anybody, and I can't congratulate them. because they don't know that I know, because no one's supposed to know, and it's driving me crazy. If you're listening to this stream right now, you know who you are. Fuck you. You should have just told me. Why do I gotta find out through the grapevine and then have to keep it a secret? I love you, you piece of shit. Congratulations. You're probably not listening to this, it's fine. How did I find out? A mutual acquaintance of ours said, "Hey, did you hear so-and-so got engaged?" And I was like, "Why do you know that?" And he was like, "Oh, I'm handling some business stuff for him." And I was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, I'll say congratulations." He was like, I don't know if they've made it public yet." I was like, "Okay, all right. Okay, buddy. All right, buddy." He's like, "I don't want him to know that I told you, because then he might not trust me with business stuff." I was like, "Well, maybe he shouldn't trust you with business stuff." Maybe not, if you're just gonna run your mouth. Say shit. I'm not gonna say shit. It's all good. I know how people get when they get engaged. A lot of people take the announcement very seriously. If I just run up and go, "Hey, heard you guys got engaged," that might make his fiance fucking furious. Because a lot of people want to handle how they announce that. They want to make cute little cards. They want to send them out. They want to do a surprise party. You know? I don't want to take that away from them. My wedding gift to them is letting them handle how they choose to announce their wedding. I'd do that with anything. If I found out somebody was having a baby and they didn't want people to know they were having a baby, I wouldn't say anything to them either. People are allowed to control how they release information about their personal lives. I had a friend last year who was pregnant for 5 months, and I knew the whole time. But I couldn't say anything. No, Shays. Maybe it's a cultural thing, Shays. I don't think you understand the ramifications of that. They'd immediately want to know who told me. They'd get very upset. And it would be a whole thing. People take that shit very seriously. It's a privacy thing. Probably's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, Shays. I don't make my decisions on probablys. Surprised we haven't heard a commercial for Captain Crunch or Saltines or Hertz Rent-A-Car yet. Or Tom Brady, which I think is Hertz Rent-A-Car. Aren't we like overdue for a commercial about Hertz Rent-A-Car and Captain Crunch? And Kalia almond milk? Let's see if I have the power. Remember earlier in the stream when I said I didn't want to say something because I was worried I was going to jinx it? Did anybody guess what that was? I stream every day, mostly, unless I'm sick, which I was last week. But yeah, I stream every day. You can also join our Discord for announcements on when I'm going to be streaming if you'd like. I always post in there before I go live. So yeah, I'll be streaming every day. For the most part. I take weekends off usually. I treat it like a normal job. I try to do 8 hours a day. Or you can just subscribe to the channel and get notifications. Ring that bell, as they say. 2 weeks, or there was an update on the Mac or something. Something happened, but the problem went away. Knock on wood. That's done. Five o'clock, time to stop drinking coffee. It's my farewell sips. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Whoo! Alright, put that over there. No more coffee. Done for the day. Drinking black cold brew, and I'm drinking it not fully diluted. Normally you have to dilute the concentrate 1-to-1 with water. I do like 1 to 0.5, so it's a lot. And I drink it black, so it's a lot of caffeine. That's a good move too, Miguel. My poor friend, last time he stayed over, I woke up in the morning, came upstairs, and he was just drinking the cold brew concentrate out of the jar, thinking it was just iced coffee. He was like, this is really strong coffee. And I was like, how much of that have you had, dude? So you're gonna have a fucking heart attack. Orange zest is good. Cinnamon stick is good. Pinch of nutmeg is good. A little bit of chocolate, very little. A little bit of hot cocoa powder. All good things in coffee. Oh, fuck. Today feels pretty good. Today feels like it did before the little break we took, guys. Feels like a good productive work day. Only one stream drop for copyright reasons. A good day. Oh. Hello?
Yo, what up?
Let me mute this real quick. What's going on, dude?
You live?
Yeah, I'm live. Let me see how loud you are. Keep talking.
Hello.
Keep
Welcome.
talking.
Hi.
Hi.
It's me.
It's me and Dave. We're talking. What's going on? Hello?
I just wanted to see what you were up to. How's it going?
Oh my god, I'm trying to paint this you know that guy Radon, the big huge guy from Elden Ring?
Yeah.
His helmet is a nightmare because I can see what they did. They were like, his whole thing's like a lion motif. They're going to make it look like a lion, but somebody took like a reference of like a gargoyle and just like, I don't know, like transformed it into the shape of it. It's really weird. It's a really, really weird design. I'm just trying to get that helmet done because it's a nightmare, and then I can finish this thing up.
Yeah. I honestly think like a huge portion of just FromSoft's designs are just kind of visual noise to some respect that fill
Yeah.
like a shape.
Yep, for sure. They do a lot of like, we found a cool carving on a church and took a high quality photo of it and just warped it onto some armor. Like there's a lot of that, and a lot of the time it works really well. But sometimes, like, this is the funniest thing. I was looking for supplementary references, like statues that like toy companies were doing of Radon and stuff, just because like the in-game models, it was hard to figure out what was even going on his helmet. And every statue that every professional designer has done does the helmet completely differently. That's how I know that I'm not the only one fucking having a nightmare time with this. I'm like, oh, some people just gave up completely and just did lion helmets from the Middle Ages and didn't even follow the in-game model at all. But yeah.
Yeah. Like my Bloodborne one, like I don't really like that illustration they did, but in that I think I have one of the most accurate
Ludwig's
that exists as far as somebody who drew it. Like,
yeah,
I spent so much time looking at models, being like, okay, just kind of like putting the puzzle together and being like, oh, I know what it is now. I know like the shapes and where everything goes and the anatomy of it.
Eyeball, teeth.
But that took
and
time.
Fucking, yeah, Ludwig's a nightmare. This helmet is honestly,
It's like a jigsaw puzzle.
all of Radon's armor is kind of a nightmare because they tried to make like, so I get the idea. The idea is that the helmet is the lion's mouth and it's roaring and his face is inside of it. It's a very like Tigress of Gaul, you know, fucking gladiator. And then he has this huge red like Vegeta hair coming out of it like a plume, huge. And it's like treasure troll hair. So like to balance that, Yeah, to balance that, his chest plate is carved metal that looks like more lion's mane, so it looks like he's got a mane above and a mane below. But rendering that looks, the way they chose to render it looks insane. It just looks like he's covered in spaghetti. Like, it's very, very weird. But yeah, we're getting there. We're almost done with it. It's been tough, but yeah, it's close.
Cool.
But yeah, and then I can wrap this thing up. Doing Melania after this is gonna be like a little vacation. She's so easy. It's just like I'm wearing a cloak and I have a metal arm and a mask, and that's it.
Cool.
But
Yeah, that won't be so bad.
no, it'd be great. I already did all the other hard stuff. The frame's done. I already did the ant dudes. Those guys are the centipede guys. Were all the centipede legs or human arms. Those guys are cool, but that was a nightmare to draw. Yeah, so all that shit's done. Just trying to wrap this up, make up for losing 10 days to being sick with the flu, but yeah, it's coming along quick. This will be the fastest I've ever done a painting this size, so I feel pretty good about that.
Good. Is this one all in clip?
No, this one's Photoshop just because I wanted to match the other two, and then after this I am done with Photoshop. I am,
Okay, because I was gonna say like my speed in clip and Krita is like
Yeah.
so much faster.
No, the drawings I've done in Clip are way faster than the stuff I've done in Photoshop already. I can already tell it's going to be like great to like rubber band into Clip after this. But
If I send you something, will it pop up in your stream?
no. It'll only
Alright,
pop into
I'll
my
see
stream if I drag it into Photoshop, it will. Is it a PSD?
No, it's just a drawing I was doing today.
Oh, sure.
But
yeah,
like
no, people
I've
won't
just
see
been
it.
doing these like that type of drawing,
Let me see. 1 second.
but I think I've done I don't know how many. So many.
Waiting for it to load. Why isn't it loading? Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're just doing the... I won't say what it is. You're just doing the pieces of the illustration individually to composite them.
Mm.
Yeah, that looks good, though. The hip area looks really cool.
Thanks. I'm kind of like winging it
Good
to just,
foreshortening on
not
the...
make them all samey.
good foreshortening on the cage. I'll put it that way. That's pretty good.
Thanks.
It's a quality cage. It's so funny. My neighbor's kid was out on the beach, and I went out to walk the dog, and he was just, he's like 10. He did like a big heavy sigh. He was like, ah. And I was like, you okay? And he was like, yeah. And then his mom was like, leave him alone. And I was like, what's wrong? And he was like, I just wish I had a kayak. And he was like, I know you have like 2 kayaks. And I was like, just take the kayak, dude. His mom was like, no, I told him not to ask you. And I was like, I don't, just use the kayak. She was like, well, what if something happens? And I was like, what do you mean if something happens? She was like, well, I'd hate for you not to get your kayak
Like
back.
to him or to the kayak?
She was like, she said, I'd hate for you to not get your kayak back. And I started laughing. And I was like, I was like, it's a kayak. You take it out and you bring it back in. I was like, if I don't get my kayak back, I'd be more concerned that we don't get your son back. I was like, what? It's like, what scenario are you thinking of where your son takes out my kayak and I don't get it back? What's he going to do? Crash it into a ship? And like, it's a lake. Like, what do you, like, huh? It can't sink. It's impossible to sink it. Like, you're, what? Yeah,
I understand that perspective because we have that with the boys. I'm like, they're like, oh, you can play with that, and I'm like,
but whatever. Yeah.
well, I think like it's hard for like a parent to disconnect like how they are with you versus how they are with other people, because like in your kids, having like 2 boys, like they're very different with just us versus other people. So like when it's just you, like the parent with the kid, like they're comfortable enough to do all sorts of like terrible shit.
True.
But then you don't really see what you've taught them until they're around strangers. And then like, or not strangers, just like people who aren't their parents. And then you see them, you'll be all respectful and stuff, and you're like, where the fuck is this?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
where is this at home? What are you doing?
That's funny.
How come you don't do that at home?
He's the
It's
kid.
like all the time.
It's the same kid who last summer I remember telling you his dad got mad at
Yeah, the
me.
meatball.
No, not him. The kid who was like
Oh, really?
No, not him, different kid. The ones who were only here in the summer who lived down south. And it was the kid who found out I do art for a living, and he was like, I wanna be an artist, and my dad told me I can't. And I was like, well, you can. I was like, his dad got super mad. It's that kid. I was like, well, he was like, my dad told me it's impossible. And I was like, well, it's definitely not impossible. I know like hundreds of people that do it. So yeah.
You should have said, your dad only says that because he didn't accomplish his dreams. So
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to tell you to do yours.
Well, his dad was like, I saw that poster you gave my son, because I gave him like the Elden Ring printout of that first one that Meat Bun sent me. And I was like, oh yeah, you said you want to do video game art. So I was like, I told him that's what I do. And I just gave it to him to remind him that, yeah, you can do it. And he was like, yeah, thanks. I was like, oh no. This guy fucking hates me. But whatever.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff because like that happens to me sometimes with like parents,
Yeah.
and I'm like it's the only time just because I want to stand up for the kid.
Yeah.
It's the only time I want to be like, I make more money than you guys. like,
Yeah.
like your kid can do this. Like, leave him alone. Like
Yeah.
I want to be a bully to the parents. Like
No, I
in
get
that
it.
respect.
100%. 100%.
Just because it's so frustrating to hear somebody like step on a kid's dreams.
Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst thing. It's like kicking a puppy or something. It's that same kind of anger.
Yeah.
When you see a kid get deflated. I'm like, dude, kid has his whole life ahead of him, and you're just closing avenues. He could go anywhere, and you're just
Yeah.
closing them.
Here's a door I just shut.
Yeah, I just
Do
kicked the
something
door
else.
shut. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I hate that. Like I try and like put an emphasis on like I work on video games and movies, and I work on blah blah blah, and I just
Yeah,
I just go through the list, and I'm like, that's what I do.
yeah,
I work with directors, I work with game directors, I work with celebrity people. Like, it's a real job. Like, stop shitting on this for this kid.
that kid's like
Just
super,
because it's like it's no harder than being a doctor,
yeah. It's I
and
don't
that's
know,
something
it's-
that you'd be happy if your kid did.
Yeah. So this kid, like, I don't know, he showed me a ton of his, he's at the age where he's making his own Pokemon and all that awesome stuff.
Hell yeah.
And so he just showed me tons of that. And I was like, dude, we should design Pokemon sometime. Because, like, they're always here using the beach at the house next door because their family owns it. And I'm like, you know, because all his friends are back in, like, Florida. He's doing that thing where they're on a summer trip and he doesn't know anybody. So I'm like, yeah, man, if you ever
Yeah.
get bored, like, if you ever get bored and your parents are okay with it, always ask your parents. If they're okay with it, we can design Pokemon. Like, but
Yeah.
yeah, I feel bad. But absolutely, that kid has to know that it's a realistic possibility to do this for a living.
Well, if you have a dream, look at that. There's your dream.
Yeah.
Somebody does it. A real person does it. It's so important to see that a real person does it.
Yeah, and also it's like, I don't know, you're at that age where magical thinking is still a thing. You got picked up against your will from your hometown where all your friends are, taken all the way across the country for the whole summer. You're bored as fuck. The one thing you want to do is something your parents say is impossible. Oh, and look, the guy that happens to be next to you in this random place does exactly that thing. Like, you know, I know in his mind he's like, this is happening for a reason because I know what it's like to be that age. And it's like, yeah, just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Do something with it. But
hmm
anyway. Yeah.
That's
I'll,
cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see. Hopefully there's no weirdness. I don't think they're gonna hold that against me. It was a whole year ago, but we'll see. They just showed up today, so I have no idea.
Okay.
But
Well, you'd be able to find out if the kid's still into it, maybe.
yeah, I have a funny feeling. considering he was like sitting underneath my like gazebo thing, sighing heavily, waiting for me to walk over and ask him what's up. He was the kid who was like looking for the water snake. He's like at that age.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was like, dude, take the kayak out. Don't tell your mom. The water snake's back, and it's even bigger. It was 3 feet last year. It's 3.5 feet this year. He was like, oh, yes. It's like, yeah, dude, it bit my friend a couple weeks ago, dude. It's vicious. Go get it.
Axel's kind of getting to that age where, like, he just walks up and he's like, hey, look at this. And he just has a honeybee, like, crawling around in his hands.
Yeah.
And, like, me personally, like, I was just traumatized by bees.
Yeah.
So, like, I flinch a little bit just because there are bee boxes. Like, for anybody listening, there are bee boxes, like, all over our town.
For the
So,
bugs,
like,
yeah.
I got stung so many times.
Yeah.
So I'm not like, I like honeybees. I think they're great. But, I never just, like, pick them up.
No, that's how I am with snakes.
Let them crawl around on me.
Yeah, I got a phobia of snakes, even though I'm not, like, scared of them. When I see them, I flinch.
Yeah, it's like I still go, like, if one flies close to my head, I'm like, ugh.
Yep.
But, like, he just, yeah, he has no problem. Just whatever bug it is, it's just crawling around all over him. And I'm like, man, I don't know what that's like.
Here's a question I know nothing about. Sorry if you already responded to this, but are you guys leaving Photoshop after the terms of service insanity? What's the terms of service with Photoshop?
If you have, like, the new Photoshop, like, or you keep it updated,
Yeah.
now they can, like, scrape your data off the image. They're basically, like, making people, like, if you use Photoshop, your end user agreement basically says that, hey, look at this, your image is going to be used to feed our AI.
So wait, if I'm using CC and I'm paying for it,
whatever the updated one is, that's like whatever the one that continually updates. Like I pause mine, so I don't get that. Like I'm not a part of it.
how do they get the
But,
image?
like, they're just, I don't know, whatever you do. I don't know if it has to do with the cloud. I have no
Okay.
idea on the specifics.
Because I have the
But
up-to-date
they,
Photoshop.
yes, they're
that
scraping the data.
Yeah, I don't use the Adobe Cloud, but I do. I'm assuming it's that. I'm assuming it has to be through the cloud. They're not going to rip it off your hard drive.
I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that that's what everybody's up in arms about. I didn't go, like, super in depth. I just kind of read everybody's posts about it.
How is
I mean,
that
like, I'm
not-
so kind of, like, outside of it. I'm not even using it, so.
How is that not like suicide for Adobe? That's insane.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's the same sort of thing as, like I was talking to Kim about this just, like, I don't know, an hour ago. We were talking about how, like, they're doing the same sort of thing that artists did with NFTs,
Yeah.
where it's like it's like you're foregoing, like, a nice relationship with your peers for the
Yeah.
immediacy of the money right now. It's like another one of those things where it's like, yeah, Adobe, like, yeah, you're saying this is the future of, like, doing this. It's like, but you're gonna find out real fast that if this doesn't end up being something that's, like, universally adopted and
Dude.
everybody loves it, like, once people find out how soulless this is, it's like you're basically burning your bridge with all artists.
Who the fuck approved
It's, like,
that
so
decision
dumb.
at Adobe? That's the dumbest decision for Adobe specifically. That's the dumbest thing.
It's just some stupid CEO. Like, it's just some dummy.
Yeah,
It's like the same people who think, like, you know, it's the same sort of idea that happens when any trend picks up, and then everybody's like, oh, jump on the money-making trend immediately. Everybody get on board. Do it, you know, while the getting's good. And then, like, it's going to tank eventually. It's going to become just a regular tool or whatever. And then they're going to have to do a big ol' apology, like, inevitably.
Remember, guys, if you're paying for up-to-date Photoshop, only open images of copyrighted material and save them to the cloud all the time. Open Pepsi cans, open Disney characters. Pump
But it's
that
not
shit
even-
into the cloud. Pump it in there.
It's not even just that. I mean, like, that's already the case. They already have that AI fill tool.
That's crazy.
I mean, like, they already fed all the illegal stuff, because it's not like, at least I don't remember which model Adobe's using, but regardless, if they're using one of the AI models that already exists, like Stable Diffusion or whatever, it's like they've already scraped the whole internet. So all the copyright and stuff is baked in. So it doesn't really matter. It's not like Adobe made their own.
True. I guess the frequency of the thing being uploaded doesn't affect how often it uses it.
The other thing that was really silly, which is just, I mean, it's really a shame, honestly. It's one of the more despicable things, is that like Adobe has, like, you know, if you search their little store, you can get like AI images, AI stock images. You know about that?
I didn't know that, but that makes sense.
They've had that for a little while.
Yeah.
But what's really deplorable about it is that now they use like artist names as keywords. So like artists that use Adobe have their shit basically like scraped and used as like a way to search for the specific type of image you want.
Great.
So like artists are finding their names as like a way to make images in Adobe's AI.
That feels like grounds for a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, I mean, it's all very
If Adobe,
stupid and short-sighted.
I'm just trying to think through this. If Adobe is using an artist's name, which they own the rights to as an entrepreneur who's doing their work, as a thing you can search in a product they're selling you, and they're not paying a royalty, that feels like pretty solid grounds for a class action lawsuit.
I don't know the legality of it. I don't know how it would work, but
Yeah.
it seems pretty crazy.
Like, if I didn't have the rights to the Madonna catalog of music, and I sold a jukebox that had a search function with Madonna, I could get sued. Like, it's just very basic, like, rights stuff, at least in the US. Like, that seems really dumb.
Well, it's sort of the thing I've been waiting for forever. It's like we need people like Drake to be used, you know, to make songs that go viral. Like, we need it because artists don't have protection. Like, we don't have protection. But somebody like that can do something. You know, it's the same reason like sampling is like, you know, like there's
sampling thing is established precedent for how this is probably going to go down. But yeah, we'll see.
I would say so. I mean, what's the difference, right?
They're going to say that one is, I mean, they're going to say the difference is that one's human and one isn't, but on paper, the difference isn't really the same. It's using pieces of things to make a new thing. So, yeah, I'm assuming that's how it's going to go down.
The only thing that's a little bit kind of unnerving to me about the whole thing is that a company like Disney, they have to do like, I'm guessing they're doing like a cost analysis on it. They're like, yes, we could fight this, but like, what's that against us making money off of it? Like, I bet there's something like that going on where they'll use it though, even though they're scraping our stuff. How much money would we stand to make or save?
If it becomes a big enough social cause that people are mad about, Disney will fight it because Disney is very much into the, like, I don't know what to call it other than like woke politics of like, this thing is popular, we're going to fight it so we get seen as like the heroes. Like, we're going to take on this thing and we're going to put it in our ads that we're fighting this thing. We're fighting this thing. We're good. We're not evil. We're Disney. We're fighting a good fight.
Yeah, if it's beneficial.
Yeah. I'm assuming.
But if it's more beneficial to make money off of it, then I doubt it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I know they had massive backlash and a huge boycott when they used that AI intro for, what was it, the
Secret Invasion.
Secret Invasion, yeah.
Thing.
Yeah, I know they had a
whatever that show was.
Huge backlash. But yeah, we'll see. I'm assuming Disney's not going to do that. I think their fans already freaked out about it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, people already are like not into the AI stuff.
Well, I mean, it's soulless as
like,
fuck. I mean,
yeah, like people can see through it.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to really pinpoint like what's gonna happen because like dumb people who just, you know, are passing by, they don't care. They're
You know,
not even
it's-
thinking about it. Like they'll listen to like the shitty fake Drake song.
I found out today, someone brought it up in chat. I guess everybody's saying that, everybody's assuming that, they're saying to Wizards that Tyler Jacobson's art, all this new art, is AI. They're just assuming that he's. They don't know who he is. I'm saying normal people are seeing his art and saying, "Why are you using AI?" Like that's
No,
how
really?
that's how far
That's funny.
that's how far it's gone. Yeah, where people are like, they see his artwork and they're like, "Why are you using AI, Wizards of the Coast?"
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, unfortunately, a pretty big, in a lot of respects, it's like a pretty big death knell for digital art in terms of, not just its value, but a lot of things.
Yeah, the fucking the filter algorithm on Instagram is horrible. I follow this pencil artist and they put up a video and it flagged it as created with AI and I'm watching him draw it with a fucking pencil. I'm like, what? It's like,
Yeah.
how is this bad? Like this, like, yeah, I don't know. The filter's really bad for detecting it, at least on Instagram.
Yeah.
Remember, guys, this is why Dave had foresight years ago when he created the dick brush. Take a
True.
photo of your genitals, turn it into a brush in Photoshop, and only paint with that.
Like a fingerprint.
Yeah, that way if your stuff gets scraped, people are accidentally putting dicks out there. Uh-oh, that's gonna backfire. Excuse me, Your Honor. I can
Yeah,
prove
you
that
can
they
hide
stole.
penises and everything.
I can prove that they stole my work. That's my penis right there.
And then pull my pants down in front of the judge.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
If you look closely,
Is this the
Look
penis
really
you saw in
close.
that image?
touch it.
Your Honor, notice the angle of the dangle. This
Feel
is a
free to
bad
hold
penis.
it in your hand and just figure it out. It's the same one.
Look at the ratio. Look at the golden spiral.
Sorry, it's starting to
Yes,
starting
okay.
to leak. You gotta touch it less.
Just in the middle of that.
Just look.
Sorry, Your Honor. I guess it wasn't mine. Everybody, I'm sorry.
What point were you making, sir? What?
Huh?
Huh?
I had
Who,
a-
me?
I had a fun antiques thing happen. A good antique thing. I was haggling. I was wheeling. I was dealing.
Hell yeah.
Got a good
I love
deal
that.
on a full set of copper
Yes.
kitchenware, and I was like, there we go. Drove out to pick it up. Long drive. I was like, hell yeah, 45
Sure.
pieces of antique copper kitchenware. I was like, this is great. Known name, Peerage Steelworks in London. I was like, I know this name. This is gonna be worth a lot. I was like, hell yeah, I'll get this
Yes.
for $100. 45 pieces. Hell yeah. Drove out, got it. Excuse me. They're all dollhouse sized. I was like, what? They were like, oh yeah, these are replicas for dollhouses. They're antique. And I was like, I want my money back. And they were like, you can't have it. You paid for it. And I was like, what the fuck? So I take these miniature copper dollhouse things, and I called my friend.
And you melt them down into bullets.
No, I called my friend who owns the
Go
antique.
on.
Called my friend who owns the antique shop, and I was like, "Can you call your metalworks guy and ask him what the fuck this peerage shit is worth? If it's like dollhouse shit." Anyway, it turns out I made a ton of money. That shit's collectible as fuck. That shit is so collectible. Oh man, it's like specifically for like porcelain dollhouses from like turn of the century. The stuff's like from like 1870, I think. I was like, oh man, this shit's worth like hundreds of.
Let's
Can I get the statue for free? The best wheel deal haggle I ever did was when I got my stained glass window, and I said, what if I get the other stained glass window? And then their eyes lit up. They were like, you're gonna buy both of these huge windows? And I was like, what if I do? And they were like, well, we'll come down on the price. And I was like, what else can I get though? What else are you gonna give me?
Yeah, I don't just want that.
They were
I
like,
want that.
they were like, what about a clawfoot tub? And I was like, what does that go for? And they were like, it's about $3,000. And I was like, how about you give me the $3,000 in credit for other stuff? Because I don't need a clawfoot tub. And they were like, well, what were you thinking? I was like, how about that antique Russian icon? How about that first edition Alice in Wonderland? Oh, it's just wheeling all over the place. It was a good day.
Yeah, Fury Road.
It's great.
Yeah, I love doing that.
You should be out there wheeling more often now that you got a house. You can fill it with stuff.
Listen, there's nothing I love more than that. I'm always shocked. I talk about that sort of like negotiation stuff in chat sometimes, well, with people in chat.
The best.
And the amount of people that wouldn't want to do that, like, what?
It's what
I wish I
live for.
felt comfortable talking to people like that. I'm like, what?
It's what I live for.
You mean the best kind of social interaction?
Yeah, it's great.
To win?
Yes.
You don't want to win?
You don't want to win?
You don't want to roll the dice the best. They can just say no. That's it.
That's it. When we got to Bali and Kadek
You
was
don't
like,
have to buy anything.
when we got to Bali and Kadek was like, by the way, at the shops, nothing's ever what it actually costs. You can haggle everything and you can negotiate. I was like, the look on our faces. I remember me and Dave looking at each other and being like, hold on. What? You're telling me it's a whole country of
This is
people I can
vacation part
haggle
two.
with? Yeah, this is the real vacation.
I can play this mini game
I was like, hold on.
while we're here.
You're telling me I can negotiate everything with everybody for the entire time I'm here? I can offer to buy a guy coffee and get a chess set for free? Hold on.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Let's
it was
do it.
amazing. It was so funny when
Yeah.
when Carla wanted that fucking ebony statue thing, and she was like, I can't afford it. And I was like, Carla, they love it. Don't feel bad. They love it. You know how I know they love it? Because I love it too.
Hmm. Yeah, I grew up wheeling and deal.
Yeah. Who do you think
It's
I
my
am?
upbringing. Wheel for the deal. It's so much fun.
Yeah. I remember being a kid at the sandwich auction house.
I don't think it costs that much.
Mm.
It's not worth that much though.
It's so funny when
What?
you do the bullshit things like,
I'm sorry.
I'll call my guy. I don't know. I'll call my guy and see if it is. You know what year that was made? Nah. I'll call my guy and see. I
No,
don't
the
know.
best thing that you do is when you know something is underpriced already.
Mhm.
That something that you know about, you go like, I know what that is, but
And
you don't
still
clearly because I can
negotiate it
tell
down. Yeah.
from the price.
Yeah.
You negotiate it down, but you distract them. You go like, I don't actually want that thing. You go like, will you throw this in? If I get this and this, will you throw
yes,
that thing in?
yes. You treat it like it's a bonus
I
instead
do.
of the prize.
I used to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have that thing too. Like,
Yeah.
and then like you just shrug it off, and then they toss it
Mhm.
in, and you go, that was the most expensive one.
Fool. You fool.
They don't know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like a movie tactic.
that's my favorite one.
That's like a thing. That's like a legit
Yeah, I used to do that all the
swindler's
time.
move. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Man,
Yeah, it's all about the bait and switch.
once
You
a
go,
month.
I'm making you look over here. It's all like sleight of hand.
Yeah, once a month. I gotta go antiquing once a month.
Yeah,
That's the best when you go to the first thing. Well, I don't know. It's different for everybody, I guess. But the first thing I do when I go to an antique shop is I look at the books. Because if someone doesn't know what they have, it's gonna show up in the books. People just grab a bunch of old books out of a house and throw them
yeah.
on
A
a
lot of
shelf.
people don't know that.
They have no fucking clue how much anything is worth. There are so many books worth so much money that people have no clue.
But you can't know everything.
It's true.
You can't know everything about what all this stuff is. You know, there's going to be like music equipment you don't know.
Hmm.
It's like, you know, shit that's not in print anymore. Like, there's all sorts of like weird things that you'll be like, oh, like it's like what you just said about the little toy set thing of knives. It's like how many people are experts in that of what
Yeah,
that's worth? Like
nobody.
just off the cuff that you're in a place and you see it and you go, I know what that's
Well,
worth.
I don't know if you
It's, like,
caught. I don't know
Not
if
a
you caught.
lot.
I don't know if you caught what I was saying in that story. The best part of that story is they thought they were getting one over on me, and I thought they did because they didn't.
Oh,
put
I
in-
know.
They didn't put in the listing that they were miniature. They put that it was a 45-piece set of copper kitchenware. They never said it was for a dollhouse. And I was like, oh my God, for $100? They thought they were fucking me over. And it turns out they fucked themselves over. It's the best. It's the best feeling.
Yeah, my dad taught me a lot of stuff about that sort of thing, where he would go and be like he would go into a place and be like, here's a couple things I want, and then you go like, and what's that? Just kind of like ask, like,
Yeah.
out of the, just off the cuff, like, what is that?
Mhm.
And they're like, oh, that's a dentist chair, like from the 50s. I remember being with him during this one,
Mhm.
and my dad was like, whoa, how long have you had it? And they were like, oh, we've had it for like years. And he's like, I'm kind of into that stuff. He'd be like, I'd take it if if you throw it in with like the rest of this, all, like, how much is it? And he'll like, can you cut it down to like half that?
Mhm.
And like, dude, we bought this dentist chair, a collectible one. Like, this is stuff my dad knew that I didn't
Hell
know.
yeah.
And in my garage for like maybe 3 or 4 months, we had a dentist chair.
Mhm.
All he really did was just kind of clean it up. That thing sold for close to $10,000, and I think we
believe
bought
it.
it for maybe like $600.
Yep, I believe it.
And we had like those old like 60s. They almost like, now they're popular, and they've been popular for the past like 20 years or so.
Mhm.
But like maybe like 10 years or 15 years. These like Art Deco chairs.
Yeah.
And I forget the name of them. They have a name, but they're like they're very like flowy looking.
Mhm.
And they're all like bright colors,
Mhm.
but they kind of look cheap if you don't know what you're looking for.
Yep.
And I remember we used to always look for those. And then the
That's-
same thing with like milk glass.
Dude,
Milk
that
glass is another big one.
That's the best genre of stuff to make money on when you're wheeling and dealing, is stuff that looks tacky because people mass produce knockoffs like Tiffany lamps. Dude, the amount of Tiffany lamps I've seen in antique shops that people think are just cheap plastic lamps because they look tacky, because people and they're fucking Tiffany lamps. Like, you can sell them for thousands of dollars and they're like $50.
Yeah. One of the things that we got, I mean, people are kind of on to like they'll know the Tiffany like logo if it has like the maker's mark sort of thing. But like we've definitely, when we were young, like going to the shops, like the antique shops, like the Tiffany lamps were always so nice because you could get them lumped in with a bunch, even if it wasn't a Tiffany lamp, if it was just a shade. Sometimes they'd just have the shade.
Yeah.
And like, or just the hardware or something like that was from a Tiffany lamp, and all you have to do is like lump it in with a bunch of other stuff so they don't see it necessarily.
Dude,
and go like, what would you give me for all this?
That's the other best feeling, is when you find pieces of a thing that are worth a ton at different shops over the course of a couple, and you can reassemble it. Oh, that is the best.
Yeah,
feeling.
we used to do that. I mean, my dad's dead now, so it's okay to say this. But he would also do a thing where he would make fake Tiffany lamps out of parts of Tiffany lamps. So like a lot of it would be legit.
Yeah, I didn't want to say
a lot of it would be legit, and then like, half of it was like made to look like a Tiffany lamp.
Dave's dad was an antique.
And then he'd sell them for like $3,000 to $6,000. He'd sell like these lamps.
I remember probably
it's the rush.
Probably the only gift I've ever given my dad that made him like emotional, like happy, like very, very happy, was he would always talk about this piece of equipment called a Hobart chopper. Back when I owned the restaurant, we had a Hobart chopper. It could have done this thing in 2 minutes. Back when I had the restaurant, we had a Hobart chopper. It could have catered for like 100 people with that thing, 10 minutes. It's a food processor that's the size of a car engine, and it's made out of all just cast iron, enameled cast iron. It will literally, you could put meat on the bone in there, like a whole fucking huge piece of beef with the bone in it, and it'll turn that thing into a hamburger. It's so powerful. And he was like, they don't make food processors like this, and he'd always talk about it. We catered an event, and he asked me if I would help him cater it for a birthday of a friend of his, and we went and we catered it at this VFW, and they had a Hobart chopper, and I got to see one for the first time, and I was like, oh, these things are insane. They're incredible. So then I was like, I'm going to get him a Hobart chopper. Well, getting a Hobart chopper is like $10,000. So I had to build one. I had to go to antique appliance places and find all the pieces to get one and buy them all piecemeal and have an electrician put it together. And I did. It was so cheap. I did it for $400. Got a Hobart chopper,
Nice.
basically brand new. That was the only thing I've ever given him where he was like, "How did you do this? How did you?" Because like they don't make them. You can't get them. They stopped making them in like the 50s. But also they weigh like 600 pounds because they're like literally just cast iron.
I like. I mean, we're talking about it, but I like antiques, obviously.
Yeah.
Kimmy got me the Agrippa books
Oh, sick.
set. The occult,
Where-
the like oldest occult books.
Where'd she find those?
They did a reprint.
Oh, sick.
It's like the first time they've done that. So they're like hardcover. They're not antiques, but they're,
Still
it's just
nice.
like an old book that nobody has. They're so expensive.
Yeah.
And I just like have always wanted those.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's pretty cool. I've just been looking through those. Is a cool like Father's Day gift. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's
hey,
really
my
cool.
wife, I need a book of the occult.
Hell yeah.
So now I can talk about, I do ancient magic and
Now I can-
understand mystic arts.
Summon esoteric demons in my house.
Yes, now I can start reading about creatures.
That reminds me, I
And
wanted to ask you,
daemons.
now that you have a house, where did you put
Yes.
those? What did you do with those Winnie the Poohs? Are they somewhere safe?
Right now I have them. Yeah, they're safe. They're all like wrapped up and
Okay.
they're basically like encased.
Okay.
But I have them in my office.
Because those,
They're just
specifically those
yeah,
versions
I
I
haven't
got
even
you,
like opened them.
specifically those versions I got you with the characters on the spine do not exist. You cannot get those, even if you want them. Those are just,
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like touch them. Just,
I think about
They're
those
just-
sometimes.
they just
I'm like,
exist in this house.
I'm just glad they're in Colorado where there's no water in the air anywhere. I'm just like,
Oh
happy.
no, it's so dry.
Like, thank God.
They're fine. They're protected.
Man, the Antiquarian Book Festival in New York. Like, if you're ever out here around like April, you gotta go. It's so cool. The stuff they have, dude. And illuminated Qurans with like the gold script and everything. Really cool stuff. Yeah, man, they have everything. It's they have original Arthur Rackham artwork. Like all the illustrations he did for the fairy tale books are there. It's just great. But yeah.
My sister-in-law, I'm just saying this for chat. My sister-in-law, Mandy, she she does like a lot of stuff with Broadway, but she works with like Daniel Radcliffe and like that dude from Mindhunter who was also in Hamilton.
Oh yeah, the guy.
Whatever
who
his
played
name
the-
is.
The guy who played
Forget
the
his name.
king. Yeah.
Yes. So she got invited to like a party at this billionaire's place in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And she sent me a picture, and in this dude's mansion, he had like an original Monet, an original Picasso, like just a bunch of original artwork.
Just fuck you, money.
I want to see if I have it right here. Let me see. He had a Rothko. Yeah, the Monet one is insane. That there's just a Monet painting hanging on the wall.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Can you imagine that? You just have an original Picasso just above your fireplace. Like
The only
what?
thing funnier, the only thing
Why?
funny, the only thing funnier than that is if you have one of the ones that got stolen. Like if you're the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only place you can go further up from that is that you have the black market ones. You have the ones that the Nazis hid. Like, okay. It's the only thing rarer.
Yeah, it's super dark. You had those.
It's great. I don't know.
I would feel bad about having like that kind of artwork.
Be insane. Be
I feel like
nuts.
I'd just be like, there's no way I will care about this as much as like people going to a museum would.
No, definitely.
Like,
not.
just go put it in the museum. Like, I'll just donate it. Like, that's
That's like
crazy
that,
to keep that in your house.
You never went to that mansion in Newport that got turned into an illustration museum, did you?
Yeah, the one with
Okay.
like all of the
All of them.
Linedecker ones.
Okay, so we did go to that. I thought it was okay.
Yeah,
That
that was amazing.
That guy was just a person that liked illustration and was like, back then when people did those paintings, no one cared about them. He was just like, I would just want these. I like all this art that's in the newspapers and the mag. I'm just gonna buy it. And like, it's just a private collection that got turned into a museum retroactively because like now it's like timeless formative works of like Western canon. But it's all there. It's just some guy just bought them all. He just has all the Linedeckers, all the Maxfield. He took the Maxfield Parrish murals out of Tiffany's when Tiffany's decided to like paper over them and redo the store. He had them stripped and shipped to Newport and reinstalled the Tiffany murals in his house. Like the Garden of Earthly Delights and all the Maxfield Parrish murals, they're there. Like, dude's a maniac. I don't know who this person was. You can just go there and check out the collection, though. All the N.C. Wyeth stuff, all the Wild West paintings, all the Howard Pyle pirate stuff is there.
The hardest thing about like the Maxfield Parrish stuff is that you can't really appreciate it in print. It's like you got to see it in person because it's very like illuminated.
I also didn't realize the Maxfield Parrish stuff was life size. I didn't realize that a lot of the
Yeah.
paintings I've seen from him are literally like the people are 6 feet tall.
Yeah, it's sort of like the same thing with what's his face. He does all like the ornate detail. You know what I'm talking about?
Could be a lot of people.
What's his face? He does all the. He's like super iconic. There's like the illustration, line art style,
Alphonse Mucha.
really ornate. Yeah, Mucha. Like a
Mucha,
lot of
yeah.
Mucha stuff is like that. It's just so much bigger than you'd think it is.
Yeah, it's awesome. I really want to go to Prague and see those paintings before they go on tour again.
Yeah.
The whole Slav epic, so nuts. But yeah.
Yeah, those are insane.
But anyway, antiques.
I really like seeing Linedecker stuff.
Linedecker
was, like,
stuff's incredible.
Super cool.
Yeah, Linedecker stuff's great. It's so much smaller than you'd think it would be, and it's
Just so
good.
appealing looking.
It's awesome. The one of the night, the guy on the horse with the girl,
Yeah.
is so awesome in person.
Hmm. Yeah, I could have hung out at that place like all day.
I know my friend's trying to get an internship there because she's at RISD, and they're just like temporarily closed, and they don't know when they're going to reopen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she wants to work there so bad. But
Why are they closed?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's a private collection, so they can just kind of close whenever they want, like for whatever reason.
Oh.
But yeah.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite things we did. Let's
That was
go
a good
there.
time. In general, if anyone around is listening is around Newport, Rhode Island, the houses are nuts. The Illustration Museum's great. The houses, though, the mansions like Belcourt and Marble House and shit are just like wild just to go look at.
Yeah, they're just huge works of art.
Yeah,
It's just insane.
just artisanry on a level that almost shouldn't exist. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's so crazy. You're like, how am I not in France right now?
Yeah, and they're like, oh, this is the summer cottage of the Vanderbilts, Marble House. They didn't even this was the small house. And they're like, bro, there's a replica Japanese tea house in the backyard for Japan parties. What?
Yeah, parties.
I'm like, what's that castle in the backyard? And they're like, oh, the playhouse for the children. I'm like,
Mm,
yeah.
It's so decadent. It's
We didn't get-
ridiculous.
We didn't get to go to Belcourt when you were here. Belcourt's also like Marble House. It's insane. Belcourt's the one that's all Tudor English with suits of armor and stained glass and shit.
Right.
But yeah, I'm going.
Are
there.
you,
I'm going there in 2 weeks with Mark and Robin because I found out Mark's never been there. I was talking to Mark last week. When I was up at the
Is he
camp.
into that stuff?
Yeah, he used to do like architecture. He used to do he was a carpenter, and I was like, "You've never been to those houses?" And he was like, "No." He's like, I just figured it was a nice house," with that weird voice of his that I love. And I was like, "Mark, are you out of your mind?" So I was opening up the cottage, and I was like, "You have to come down, and we have to go, dude. Like, you're gonna be." I need to see his reaction to it because he's like the most salt of the earth, normal, kind-hearted, normal guy. I just want to see his like unimpressed, impressed reaction to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna take him in like 2 weeks. He's gonna come down, I think, for the 4th of July.
Marcus, so nice.
The nicest dude.
I miss that.
Yeah.
Being teenagers and going up there.
Yeah, it's a good time. There's a beautiful house up there for sale for basically nothing for what it is. I sent it to Kim. I'm thinking about.
In Groton?
No, it's a little further north. It's north of Littleton. It's probably closer to Canada. But it's it's a beautiful house on the water for like I want to say it was like $350. It's like 5 bedrooms. I was like, oh my god. Like it's a bit further north than ideal, but it's so nice for what it is.
Well, you could do an early fall.
It's right by
at least.
You know, that mountain with the terrible name, Sugarbush. Remember Sugarbush?
Just my own.
It's right by Sugarbush. I just want to buy it so I can say, yeah, I got a little place up in Sugarbush. What am I doing this weekend?
Heading up Sugarbush.
Heading up to Sugarbush way. Let's just say I got
You know Sugarbush?
Let's just say I got a little place in Sugarbush. Look at me. I'm a Sugarbush son of a bitch. Look at me.
Yeah, I'm a Sugarbush guy.
When I'm feeling stressed, nothing like a little Sugarbush to take the edge off. Know what I mean?
It's where I go to relax.
Well, also then you can
shoot the shit.
You can big
Sniff
dog.
the bush.
This happened like 2 weeks ago. He was like, "Oh yeah, well I opened the cabin and you know everything looked good and the people went up and stayed there and you know something went wrong and I went over and the alarm was going off so I checked the line and I flushed the line and I put the rod in and made sure nothing was in there and that was all good." That takes like 4 hours, chat, just so you know. So then he goes back to his house and he goes, then the alarm went off again. So I went back and sure enough, yeah, it wasn't the line that was flushed. The septic tank was full of water from the when the snow melted. So I said, oh, geez, I gotta pump the septic. So I just pumped the septic. I did that. I put in a new line. It just takes like 12 hours, Chad. This is like, you gotta like get a truck and drive it up the mountain and pump it into the truck and like put a liner in and drive the truck away. And he was like, oh yeah, it's all taken care of. He just did all that. We didn't pay him. He just did it to be a good friend. Like, Jesus, the nicest person ever.
Here I am, 15 figured up.
It's that South Park joke.
You know.
What do we do now? What do you mean now I can play the game?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go in a second.
Oh yeah, it's the end of your
But
birthday,
yes, I'm gonna be live tonight.
huh? I probably won't be with you.
What are you doing? You going somewhere?
No, I've been trying to go to sleep early and get up early. Trying really, really hard to be in bed by like 11 at the latest every night and up early so I can get my gym in before the day starts.
Yeah, I got to work out tomorrow. Yeah, I got my 8 p.m. I've been going to bed by like 10:30, so I'm doing better.
I'm trying to force myself like no coffee after like 4 or 5 at the latest, and then in bed by like 11, and then up at like 7, and at the gym by 8.
Mm-hmm.
Trying really hard to stick
Yeah,
to
it's
that.
kind of. That's pretty much mine.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go help Kimmy with the boys.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
Yeah, I'll see you. Bye, chat.
Have a good stream tonight. Well, that was nice. I'm gonna do a little bit longer, and then we're gonna go. We're coming up on the end of my stream, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh. Be live for maybe another 10-15 minutes, and then I'm gonna go. Might come back later tonight briefly, but I haven't decided yet. I want to go get a little bit of sun before the day's over. And yeah. Yeah, I can take a look at it. I just can't look at it on stream right now. Would you be okay sending it tomorrow? Just because I'm wrapping up and I want to get a little bit more of this done today. But I'd be happy to look at it tomorrow if you're around. I'm pretty worn out right now anyway. I want to give you a full energy critique, not an empty tank critique. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. If you're not part of the Discord, you can sign up and remind me there too. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna take a swim in the lake, make some chicken parmesan, watch some Delicious in Dungeon, go for a little walk, jump in the hot tub, and go to sleep. That's my night. It's my night. some high energy music to close with. I need it. Oh, let's see. Let's end the stream the way we started it. Oh my god, commercials everywhere. I'll be back tomorrow for a partial day of streaming because I have a funny feeling I have to go to the hospital for a birth. So we will see. my goodness, chat. What a day we've had. Thank you for those of you who've been here with me all day. Those of you who were only here part of the day, thank you as well. Love you all. It's been a journey. It's been an odyssey. It's been a pleasure. I'll be back tomorrow for another, I don't know, 7 or 8 hours of painting a screaming guy, assuming I don't have to go to the hospital. And, I don't know. Listen, I hope you have a great night. Hope you do something you enjoy. Hope you're feeling good. Don't forget, it's summertime. Get out there, enjoy the weather while it's here. If you've got the weather. If you don't, just ignore this, you know? But hey, have a great night, okay? I'll see you soon.